Uh, I went to start the streaming like right when I started. I started getting some work messages, so apologies. Right, I was trying to do this still, huh? Forgot about that. I have no... Do not have a key card today. Free die. Nice. Instant shovel. Always a fan. What? Where even is that message? I literally just got a ping for no message. I'll go ahead and use a key. I'm trying to get some green rooms. Not the green room I wanted, but... secret passage to the green room. Problem is if I do that, I probably won't have any gems. I'm gonna turn around. Commissary could give me keys just as much as a break room will. I'll take the break room keys. I say 25, 50, 15. Great, I love thirds. 23, 32, 32 minus 18.5. Or, sorry, 32 is 28.5. This becomes 40.5. And then it's just 41.14. Yikes. Our key is cute, but not really what I'm looking for. I'll have a hammer. Let's get the code check out of my deck. Okay, library. Fine. I'll take the gems. This whole like left side is being inaccessible, and that is making this really hard to do anything. Ugh, this is even worse. Taking the previous thing. What? Horrible combination. These are all dead ends. Give me some green rooms. What the hell? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna pull it off today. That's fine. I don't think I'm gonna pull it off, and I don't think I'm gonna get my vestibule either. least force a green room this way. Yo, hammer. Yeah, that gives me all those chests to be open now. A whole lot of nothing. Plenty of steps. I could, but I don't even know where that message was. This is also locked. Fine. Also locked. No item. You are chatting about subversion. I saw some people talking about rando bugs or whatever. I was just like, yeah, I guess. That's not the vestibule. Yes, I will attic. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the room above the classroom. That's normally actually really good because it means I can re-roll, so I get a lot of attempts, but like I just don't know if I care. Also, why is this one a different color? Am I crazy? That should just be the lighting. I'm on the kitchen for some ulterior motives. This is a dig room. Sure, let's see what happens if I dig in this room. Surprise, it was money. I cannot get green rooms today. I think this is what I'm gonna do. I'm not getting the veranda either. Wow. Horrible. Well, I have trading. Oh no, I don't have trading. That's a vestibule. Fuck. Yeah, I think today's a bust. Look at. Lucky in these last couple of screens. That's a good one. Hey. Alright. So I have like two theories what to do. Either I'm using the... I'm gonna use this watering can full. The other thing I'm gonna try is using the watering can. These all just dead end. Fantastic. Using the watering can with water filled from another location. The study potentially will give me a few more rerolls there. But probably not. Okay. What's the route I take? What's the wording on this card? I'll take the foundation. But I was thinking about things I didn't do. Before the stream started, I kind of turned on Author Blue stream. He's probably live right now still. He's very early in the game, so it's like, this should be a safe watch. And it was. But he was messing around in the tomb, and I was kind of reminded of something that again, this kind of happens occasionally with the back of my mind. I'm like, huh, that's a weird effect. And didn't follow through with it. There's an effect. Let's see if I can find it. If I sleep in a specific room. Yeah, if you sleep in the bunk room, then the next morning it says the tomb has flowers. Now in my head, that just meant it had gem flowers in it, and that like was an uninteresting effect. But I was thinking how like there's a bunch of like flowers by the graves. I was like, I wonder if it actually like has an effect beyond just having gems in the tomb. So it's a thing I wanted to try at some point. Okay, so this is not doing anything. So the other thing I want to try, maybe. Is emptying the can and maybe refilling the water from a different location. If that doesn't work, then it means I've not understood the puzzle correctly. So let's first drain my watering can. Okay. I'm like curious about filling my water with the pool, but that's not an option for me. Hmm. Okay, and then I was gonna go to the kitchen to try to refill. Um. And if that doesn't work, then I really do not know what the solution is. Gone the wrong way somewhere. Oh, I like literally went to like crossed over. I did not do anything. Oh, interesting, it says 16 upgrade discs when I've done 17. Let me look at the hint again. Still water, tints, blank books. How is it not just water can these blank books? Like, I'm kind of shocked that that isn't just the answer. Hmm. It's not like I have to wait for the sacred hour or something really weird like that, right? Like what else could it be? Dollar gain steps or gems or keys or gold and your day. Oh my god, if this is over. where's my laundry room? Or not my laundry room, the vestibule. Wasting. I check the watering can. I didn't draw the bunk room right. Yeah. So stay in the vestibule one more day. So talking about still water is like weird because the only like moving water in the game is like this river going to the waterfall. I don't think there's any more like not still water. I don't know if it's just like still has a meaningful term as part of this, which I feel like it probably does, or if it's just like do I need to draft the library next to certain rooms? That'd be really annoying. Like I had to draft the library next to the pool or the aquarium. I think the aquarium has like any books in it. Oh, what are tints, blank books? The library's the only blank books that I'm aware of in the game. So I don't know what else that's referring to. And water can was my only idea. Like once again, getting a situation where I have like too many hallways in my book, my deck. Like your wheel is spinning so fast right now. Okay, well this can't be true. Okay, so I think I was writing down the color of these things. I don't know if it leads to anything. Where was I writing this? Black box with red with pink gems. One thing comes to mind like is directing water in the pump room in a particular configuration, but I don't really know what I do for that. This seems fine. I'm sure there's reasons to make it not that, but those rarities seem fine. So wanna check the telescope? I mean I don't care about the telescope right now, but yeah, sure. I specifically checked the watering can because I'm trying to do something, but it didn't work. Sure. What? Why did that raise my allowance? What the fuck are they talking about? What? Was that a bug or was that a weird feature? I literally did not just draft an upgraded floor plan. I was just sitting at a computer. It's not because even if it were, I have one, two, three, four upgraded rooms placed already. And it says it only triggered one time. So even if it were retroactive, it is buggy. No, my lab is not upgraded. Like I'm about to lose. Okay. I don't have a hammer. What does still water mean? Like, is that just referring to something else? I don't think Shade of Truth. I don't think that blank book refers to anything else. Like, I think that's the only thing blank book could be. I just don't know what still water refers to. I thought it meant the watering can. That seemed like a pretty obvious interpretation. I mean, there's like the pump room, but I don't see like a world where. Oh, oh hi. I don't see like a world where I'm like powering the library with the pump and how that refers to still water. Is this still water? Like I don't like have a way to like I can't pick the books up, right? So it has to be taking water to the books. I I don't know. This still seems like the only solution in my head that makes any sense. What? Why am I so confused? 2328 divided by 2 is 14. Reverse is 41. Plus 10 is 51. Oh, 15. I don't know. For some reason, I just like could not comprehend that. Uh, 45 plus 21. 66 plus 31. 79. Plus 11 is 9. Trying to get the vestibule. I'm not convinced you can draw the vestibule if it's in your outer, like if it's available to be drawn for your outer room. Oh, I have no money. Right. Hmm. Whatever. Why the each of the lemons? What are you talking about? On the dish? I don't know. Okay, I guess I didn't notice. Wait, what? I don't know how to read a map apparently. Okay, Will. I have 9 constellations. I don't know. I didn't grab money. I regret this, but whatever. I want to see what this flower effect is. Still unchanged. You know, this note is written strange. Like, the alignment of the text is odd. Relationship with this guy. Oh, I just noticed. I think I never noticed this here. There's another one of these guys. It's like knocked over. There is definitely an extra gem flower here. Can I like fix this? The candle pattern is different. Yeah, these 2 candles are present in the same spots. No others. Any other ones? This seems unaffected. I thought maybe this would be affected. I was thinking, I remember there being like a whole bunch of flowers, and I was like, which candles are lit? Yeah, I'll show you. It is these ones. And what's odd, in addition to this, and I think I tried lighting these, it didn't work. But there's a third one of these that I found. Now I'm wondering if there's more than 3. Over yonder this way. And this one, they're all lit. All 6 of them. Same positions, but now they're all lit. One that was falling over. Well, none of them are lit. The one that's falling over. Like these 2 here and here are the same as these 2 unlit ones here and here. And then all the other candles that had like fallen out, I guess. It's like X on this coffin is still weird, and obviously the giant arrow, very suspicious. Penny boss down here. The extra flowers got added were just this one. So give me +1 gem, apparently. If I take the tomb. Okay. One second, Molly is demanding attention. Yeah, I don't know. Still water. What else could that mean? Like, still could mean like, you know, like even though or whatever. But it could also just mean not moving. We even tried standing still. That didn't do anything. All's good. The problem with taking black is that this room's gonna keep showing up and I can't actually afford it. Those choices are terrible. Everything just dead ends. In like a really annoying way. I wonder if I should try to apply cores to the message. Like, again. If I'd get like another like 4-letter message or 5-letter message. I'd have to like up my code to be able to handle that though. That's like 5-letter cores and my code cannot handle 5-letter cores. And yeah, these door orientations are incredibly toxic right now. I never took my allowance. Still forgot it. Fonts, blank books. What is it? What do they mean? Like, I interpret that as it made it darker, right? So it made the text darken and become appeared when there's water applied to these blank books. But I guess that's what you have to do is far more cryptic, apparently. Swimbird. One second. Got a weird noise upstairs, but couldn't figure out what caused it, so I'll blame the ghosts on that one, I think. What is it even beeping? Oh wow. Okay. Guess I'll just summon this to get rid of it. Hmm. Trying to think of where that money is. Gems. I like intentionally not using the watering can because I'm like hoping that it does something, but okay, well, this can't be. False, so they're all false. Has to be true. Which means if this is true, then it's not. Has to be. This one's true, and this one's false. Blue box, blue gems. I'm waiting for the pattern being like, yep, we just cycle through them. It just goes yellow, pink, blue, and you literally don't even need to solve the puzzle. It's just in a sequence. No item. Chest and 7 item. Kinda rude. No moon pendant. Not sure it's spread money there, but you know, it's cool. What am I even looking for? Third veranda. Hmm. Some like books in this room that I could like flood. Why did that reappear? Oh, that's weird. The spot, like it, the wiring can goes away. There's like a rectangle where it considers you part of the room or whatever. You have to make the room spawn in a specific part or certain rooms relative to it, but I don't know what I would even do. I wonder if there's like a book I should check out. Maybe the note about the professor is for this part of the clue. Where's Kochak? There. It's gonna be your day will immediately end. That's gonna be the next word. That's gonna suck. It basically kills entire spiral. Kind of a shame. Like the spiral had like this cool power that's getting better and better, and then at some point it's like, oh, actually now it sucks. They're kind of like still water. Various like bird houses or bird baths. Was waiting for this realization? What realization? Drink the bird water. Yeah. About the spiral. Well, it doesn't even end. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of dumb. Cause like it's permanent. It's basically permanently ruined. Hmm. I've brought the watering can to the tomb before. Well, if it ends the line and there's nothing else after that, then at least it's over, but distributing money? What are you talking about? I'm not sure what you're referring to. I can't like water these candles out. I don't think I actually tried that. Is it this beeping? That's funny. Did not realize that worked. Oh, okay. I don't think I even realized that. I noticed there's a little bit of money in the conference room. I was like, that's a little odd. Didn't really think much about it. Doesn't seem like I can water these plants. So, okay. It's kind of odd that this is considered as a spread. I mean, it doesn't... Oh, it is called spread. Funny. I'm actually kind of surprised how many things are considered spread in the game. Mostly in the context of the whatchamacallit. The chef power. The chef power is affected by spread events. It's certainly a pretty easy way to get 5 spreads. Let me empty my water again. Cheap viewers. Hell yeah. can't use the bird bath water to refill the watering can. Okay, I think this just isn't it. It seemed like the answer. It was not the answer. Okay. What I want to try to do is let's expand the core code. Where is that? I'll put this back up. I want to make this so it can automatically handle any sized word, because right now it only handles word sizes of 4. So what I need is a function like a partition function. I don't really know. Give me the mod 12 digits dot append. Yeah, append. I don't append digit number divide equals 10. Or number equals int of number divided by 10. They'll probably have to do reverse digits. I don't remember. Is it reversed or reverse? I think it's dot reverse on the array and reversed on not the dot on the array. Whatever. Partitions. Oh, this is already named the get partitions. How is this gonna look? Unfortunately, I know partitions is like kind of this combinatorial problem that's very hard to do. There's probably like an easy way to make it work. I think conceptually what I want to do is do a choice. Like if you consider a number of like a bunch of digits like this, and then like essentially you're gonna have like a break in like a bunch of places, and where those breaks are, well, there's gonna be 3 breaks, and those breaks are gonna define like what the numbers are, and like you can define the breaks as like their numerical position. So we always include one number, so like this would be like position 0. And then there'll be like 1 for stars and bars. All right, already solved problems. Stars and bars, combinatorics. Yeah, that's it. Why did the music just stop randomly? Okay, I don't care the number of combinations. I just want to grab the algorithm to generate this list. Yeah, I mean, computer science is also a thing I work on. I mean, it's mostly just the combinatorial discussion of just how many. That's a problem with combinatorics is usually they just talk about the number of things, not generating the actual permutations. I could probably just make this a yield. So like for I in range of length of digits minus 3, 4. I'll think about that number in a second. Remaining digits equals length of digits minus I. How many you understand comes up with a method that permute all combinations? I think it just feels like a kind of thing that like Python has a built-in function for, because there's a lot of like permute functions. I as an index, there's probably some sort of +1 going on here. I'll have to think about what these numbers actually mean in a second, but then you do like for j in range of remaining digits. This definitely could be recursed. 100% recursable. And then you have your IJK now. Now, conceptually, this is like just one way to do it. Okay, this seems like something I should turn into a recursion function so it's less atrocious. In fact, I think it'd be easier if I go from the other end, essentially. You'd go with memorization. Yeah, but I don't think that's like really gonna really help me here. I mean, I'm only running this one time, so I don't really care about the... I don't really care so much about keeping track of the solved subsets because it's just a really small problem. It's a little over-engineered. We're talking about working on a list of like 6 numbers. Uh... Yeah, so hold on. Yeah. So I'm gonna get one split off of this. But I have to make sure that does range function work this way in Python? It does. So starting from digit 1 up to length -1, then I can do yield digits from 0 to I, comma digits from I to the end, I guess. So I guess more like this. Only way to yeah, Python's very slow. I agree. I don't use Python for anything that I actually want to be fast. But this doesn't need to be fast, you know? I'm not a huge fan of Java personally, but yeah, I mean, and I mean C sharp big fan, C big fan. C++ has just a lot of things that question marks, but to be honest, I probably would like Java more if I had more use for it. I just kind of don't care as much about Java with like the existence of C sharp, but yeah, I'm aware that C sharp is like basically just Java. I just don't like Java's like Jerry very much. But yeah. I feel like I've been lost in the sauce. I forgot what I was writing. Yeah, every once in a while I run into like certain behaviors of C++ that just aren't what I expect them to be, and it always just surprises me. Like every time I use C++, like just keeping my gotchas. Like I think and it's just like really just random shit. Like I think in C++ it was like, how does it work? Virtual. It's like I try to remember, there's something like really weird like in C++ classes, like everything is virtual by default or something. It's like some like weird behavior that like is not what you expected. I'm trying to remember what it was. I don't know. I just keep like running. Every time I use C++, I just run into like some weird thing where it's like there really should be a way to do this thing, and like there just isn't. Or like there's a way to do it, but it's like incredibly jank. Pascal. Yeah, I think the only time I touched Pascal was when I was doing like AI and proofs and stuff like that. Just explicit with everything. Yeah, I don't know. Recently I've been kind of touching Rust, and it's interesting. Just parts of it I like and don't like. There's gotta be a less idiotic way to write this. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah. I kind of did computer vision a little bit in school, but I have not like really messed with it at all. I think like the last time I messed with computer vision was um what was it? It was I was kind of interested in writing some sort of thing where like you take a picture of a table with some mahjong tiles on it and be able to identify like all the tiles, like what all the tiles were in the picture. And I tried to do some basic identification stuff, and it seemed like a problem that should be pretty easy, but when I was messing with it, I just had like major issues getting it to resolve very like consistently. Like it just wasn't very reliable. And I kind of just like, eh. So, yeah, I don't know. This is the horrible solution. Let me just like write this code and then just see if it spits out like the expected results. Uh Let's just do 5 for now. I kind of don't like this code even slightly. Whoa, I just hit everything. Come back. Where's this file saved? Oh, I saved it under books? What? Oh, classic Python. All the unnecessary colons that super just don't need to exist in the language. Number %10. What? Unexpected operator. Wait, is while number not like valid? No, that's valid. Unsupported between. Wait, numbers list. Oh, whoops. Forgot. I made this work with the numbers straight up. It returned 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. End of list. So that's wrong. That didn't work. It only it returned one valid result, but it didn't give me all of them. You have to identify targets and timeframes under the length of time it takes to. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely cool. I mean, I work with some speed bound things, but I don't think I really work with anything that's typically in that realm. Like, I think probably the most typical thing I work with is like, because I usually do embedded systems, so that's all like C and whatever. And there's a lot of like communication timings. You need to make sure that your code is maintaining the like throughput of data and making sure that things aren't being left hanging. And there's also like data processing. So there is a bit of like we have some image like processing where like you take a snapshot of an image and then you need to process it, and you make sure you process the data and whatever before the next image comes in, so you can kind of keep streaming the data live or whatever. But like that usually isn't a huge like there's like some optimization problems there, but it's all CPU. There's no like GPU like hardware acceleration you can do, so it's kind of straightforward for the most part. But honestly, since I do a lot of embedded stuff, the things I end up working on more for optimization is just more space, honestly. Like, how do you get your data as like compressed as possible, and how do you run the process with like as little memory as possible? Usually more the kind of stuff I end up doing. All right, where did this fail? Try and range of length of digits from 1 to the length -1. What if I remove this -1? Oh yeah, now it works. Okay. Yeah, sure. So if I just add like a couple more digits here, does that look correct? How many did that give me? I mean, at least it's symmetric, so that's a good sign. Yeah, this looks correct. Yeah, that would definitely not work on. Yeah, I'm usually working on like, really small ARM-based chips. Definitely do not have 4 gigs of RAM. Yeah, there was a side project I was working on was Super Metroid hacking. I don't know if how much you're aware of that kind of stuff that I was working on, but when I was using Super Metroid hacking, there was a lot of um, like working with like really old low level hardware. Yeah. Okay, so what I want to add to this function is this result here. So I'm gonna say result equals int of result. Then we're gonna say if result is less than 10,000, return result. I keep saying return result. Otherwise, for part, okay, so instead of just returning these partitions, I want it to return these as numbers. We'll add a thing for here. It's called def combine part digits number equals 0 for digit in digits number equals number times 10 plus digit. Well, I love working in base 10 instead of 2, so I can't do bit shifts. I need to make sure I have the correct endiness here, because I'm pretty sure it's wrong. No, I think it's actually correct. Yeah, because most significant digits first in this. Yeah. Okay, this is correct. So then we can go up here and we say, we're gonna change this to combine part of all these numbers. So they return as numbers instead of as a list of digits. And then here, so we say for every for nums in get partitions of results, best core equals blah. Subcore is equal to, what's this function called? Compute core of nums if subcore, let's just run the same operation. If this should be try, I guess, because this will throw an exception if it's not valid. Try except continue. And then if there is a valid one, if best core is equal to this still, Then best core equals subcore. Elif if subcore is less. Oh, I guess this is still. I could just do this. If subcore is less than best core. Yeah, I don't need that. A new core. Oh, there's this condition, but yeah, it's always gonna be a valid number, okay? Cool. And then we do the same check again. Make sure that all calls for. And then just return best core. Cool. So if I say, so I run this as is. Yep, okay. Get partitions works as it does. So if I say, compute core of this number, what do you tell me? Nums of 0 is not subscriptable. Oh, right, because... Right. This is expecting a list of numbers, not... But I wanted to make it just be a number. So I have to change the format of this, that's fine. Number... wait, do I want to do it that way? I can just put the list beforehand. Why I can't use bit shifts? Because I'm trying to get digits, which are in multiples of 10 of each digit. The operation of coring is like specifically like you do the base 10 digits. So if I want to split a number into its digits, you have to just divide by 10 or multiple or whatever. You can't do bit shifts. I mean, you can divide by 8, so 3 bit shifts, and then subtract twice, or do a 3 bit shift and then a 1 bit shift and then add those together and then subtract that. But like, I'm just gonna divide by 10. Whatever. If I cared about performance, I would do that. I was counting the op cycles, but this literally takes less than a second to run. Spending more time to, but yeah, it's not a simple bit shift. You have to do multiple bit shifts and then add them together. Which is just more than I care to. That's the kind of stuff you do on SNES. Like on SNES, like obviously, division operation is like really, really slow. So like, if you want to do those kind of operations, you're generally going to do it with multiple bit shifts. But like honestly, like it's like kind of cutting it close. Like I'm trying to remember how it all played out. Like on the SNES, if you used hardware accelerated division, it like will finish in like, I don't know, like 20 CPU cycles, and if you do it with like the bit shifts, you'll do it in like 12. But then there's like certain like combinations of integer divisions where that's just not true, and it ends up just basically being the same speed just to do the regular division. Like I don't know, whatever. I don't remember the numbers were. It's been a while since I've done CPU stuff. Yeah, because this is what I have to do, which is not as clean as what I want it to look like. Int is not subscriptable. Oh, right, I didn't do P here. Square root logic? Yeah, this stuff is fucked up. The circle algorithm is very black magic. For drawing a circle. No valid core. Alright, well that is a expected response. That's not shocking that there's no valid core for this. Oh wait, there's no valid core for that particular number. I don't know, whatever. Let's... I'm trying to like make it so this works cleanly and then extend it to this, and I'm like, huh, that kind of doesn't work, does it? I guess try. Let me just see what it prints if I do this. Okay, it gave me a few valid numbers. 91, apparently. Some of the numbers that are returned are too large. There we go. 1. Apparently, I got 1 out of this. Funny. If I make more digits, does it still give me a 1? No, it doesn't. Yeah, cool. It's kind of gross. Let's make this less dumb. How can I make this work with just a number? So I can do it, I guess, just the other way around. So let me first put a function over here. We have getCore. Not at all confusing at all in any way. Then we're going to do give me the partitions of the number. So for part in get partition of number. Really, you should just use result equals none, because that is there is a thing for that. How, what this is for? Yeah, same. All right, so we have for part in number, result or core is equal to compute core of part. And this is a try, because this can throw an exception. Actually, just make it return none. So if core and so like, sorry, okay. If core, unfortunately, there's no nice result is none. Results equals core elif. Well, I can't say if core is less than, because core could be none here. Yeah, the fact that they're none makes it such a kind of messy. Python doesn't have like an inherent like max int I can just pass into this value. No option type for me. Well, I think it's like Python lets you do float of infinity to give you your infinity value, but there's no like float dot infinity. Very, very strange. And every time I look at this, people are like, yep, that's just how you get infinity. And I'm like, why? I don't understand. Is there really no better way? It's very bizarre. Yeah, we'll just say if core, if result is none, L if core is less than results. Result equals core. There's probably a cleaner way to write that, but that's fine. And return core. Return results. Okay. And then return none. And this is still recursive. Oh, garbage. That reminds me also of like, it's kind of surprising coming from Haskell, but that's the kind of stuff I would expect from like JavaScript. JavaScript is a very funny language because I still laugh that to like, if you want to copy an object, it's like JSON.stringify. It's like JSON.parse of JSON.stringify of object. It's like the canonical way to copy things. I'm just like, oh my god, there's no way that's the fastest way to do that. Supposedly a lot of things in TypeScript and such like resolve some of those problems, but man, it's like you serialize it into a string and then deserialize it back into an object. JavaScript doesn't have objects. JavaScript has objects. it has they're literally called JavaScript objects. I don't know. I don't know if I subscribe to that. Why am I trying to probably fix this recursion here so that maybe it's a little more elegant? Sure. I don't know. I feel like you have like a very narrow definition of objects, or you're coming from a perspective that like an object has to have certain properties to be considered an object, but that's like just not like, I guess I just don't really care as much about. That's very much in a like the definition of those things just kind of comes down to what's most useful in the context. But I understand what you're saying, like it doesn't have like inheritance and stuff like that. But my philosophical perspective of like objects is that they don't have to have inheritance for something to be an object. There's this like really there are some pretty frustrating articles I was reading regarding to like Rust and stuff like that, where it's like it has like all the properties of objects, but they don't call them objects because it doesn't like satisfy like one of the conditions that makes things objects. Yeah, but a language can be not object oriented but still have objects. Like object oriented language is like a more constrained thing. Like you can have objects that don't have inheritance. Like I don't know. Again, we're getting into the philosophy and weeds of how you define language properties, which yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, I'm not saying that JavaScript is not an object-oriented language. I'm just saying it has objects. The same way like C has what I would consider as an object, even though it's not object-oriented. Like you can make C have all the behaviors of an object-oriented language if you like write it in essentially. Just you wouldn't do that. Having object doesn't make it object language oriented. Having object inheritance makes it object oriented. Sure. Yeah. I'm fine accepting that. I'm just saying that you can have objects without the language itself being object oriented. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. They're just arbitrary names of things. Like if it's something that you in my perspective, if it's something you like can instantiate and like have functions reference like stuff in it and it has like context of like what kind of data like I don't know, that's all it needs to be an object in my perspective. Again, I'm a very C programmer, so this is like this is very like C perspective. It's like I think about structs and I'm like structs are basically just objects. Even though yes, I know they don't have the actual useful features of object orientedness. You don't have inheritance, you don't have, you know, virtual VLOOKUP tables and so on and so forth. None of those are part of like part of those things, but why am I like staring at this and being like this doesn't make sense? Because it doesn't make sense. I think the problem here is this function wants me to give you a number input, but this is like already a list of like this just needs to not be a list of numbers. This needs to just be a number. Maybe I should just call combine parts on this. And then it's like fine. And then this needs to be get core, not compute core. Oh, well, divided by 0. That ain't great. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Angular. I don't really use JavaScript. I kind of hate web dev in all forms. So I don't really know much about that entire environment. I remember here when Angular was coming out and people were like, this is gonna revolutionize web development, make it so much better. And then like 4 years later people were like, holy shit, Angular is the absolute worst thing ever. I don't know. I'm just not really I don't really know this scene very well, but it's all very funny to me. Apparently I'm doing divide by 0 somewhere. If nums of I plus 1 equals 0, return none. For break? I'll just make value equal a really big number and then I don't know. Because I wanted to try other operator combos. Honestly, if there's a 0 in your core, it's probably fucked up. I think like a 0 is probably just invalid to show up in your core. Why is this returning none? Oh, right, because it doesn't throw an exception anymore. Right. This just gonna be... if subcore and... excellent recursion depth. That's what I'd like to see. Yeah, what I should just say is just return get core of results. Right? Because this will turn a number... I mean, it's not going to give me every tree branch, but it's still probably the correct ordering. Only objects in JavaScript are DOM objects. I mean, there's canonically just something just called a JavaScript object. Like, you would you would say like O is equal to an object like this, and you can assign like whatever you want to it, like O dot function equals function blah blah or whatever, and O dot A is equal to 13. Like I don't know. It has what I would consider the what they call them, dynamic objects or whatever. The same thing. Python objects and JavaScript objects are pretty similar. Just Python sorta has this concept of inheritance, but like Python inheritance is just like, yeah, I don't know, whatever. Hey Ruby, I'm a little stuck right now. I was kind of just getting a little distracted working on just a bit of code that definitely could have been more compact, but then I decided to make it much worse than it needed to be. I'm doing something stupid, converting things between digits and numbers and back, like a bunch. Wait, why am I getting a recursion death error though? This gives me the next core. Honestly, like I have a number of problems with Python, but like my biggest issue with Python isn't like that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's Python's one of those languages that's like if you're using those features, then you shouldn't be using Python. Your code is way too complicated. Please write it in something else. That's kind of my opinion of Python. It's like it's fine if your code's simple enough to not need those features, but like it just why? You're it's just like it's just a bad idea. Did I unlock more ogre layers? I'm basically where I was at the end of last stream. I tried a thing that I was gonna try to do, and then it didn't work. So now I'm back to the drawing board. Okay, where are you recursing? Something's like not returning a smaller number. Maybe I should check if like make sure the core is smaller. If core is greater or equal than number, continue. Maybe that's the problem. Nope, still recursing. Why? Because Python is the lingua franca of scientists and AI researchers. Like way predating all of this stuff. I don't for people who do AI, I don't they basically they previously were writing everything in like Pascal and then they kind of switched over to Python. And I'm not entirely sure when that happened, but it was an unusual, I guess it was just a thing that happened, probably because of some famous papers. But in the science community, like if you're in STEM and not computer science, you're writing either like if you're a statistician, you're writing R, and if you're like anything else, you're writing Python. Like Python has basically gotten everywhere in STEM. And the main reason, which I think is fairly valid, is that Python is I think there is a reasonable argument to be made that Python's a very easy language to learn. It has a very low overhead to start writing code. That code's gonna be bad because you don't know how to code, but from a lot of code I've seen from scientists that I've worked with, yeah, like they're writing it like a scripting language, and it makes sense that they would pick up Python for that. But then they're like, but they're scientists, so they're doing data processing, and so they'll do all this big data processing in Python. Before they did Python, MATLAB was really popular to use that kind of stuff. But I think Python mostly took over because it's free. to be completely honest, like MATLAB is just thousands of dollars and Python's literally free. And so they just import MATLAB libraries and NumPy and whatever. Um, so I think that's why a lot of the research side stuff because end up being done in Python. That makes sense to me. I would kind of assume that like any of the actual like corporate level stuff where people are doing these massive models and they're trying to do something, you know, at profit or whatever. I'm kind of making the assumption those aren't written in Python, but I think when you're in the world of research, like everyone just uses Python because it's just what people know how to read. It's kind of like you use Latin back in the day. It's like, why do you write in Latin? Because that's a language everyone knew how to read. It didn't matter like anything else. Um, okay, why am I recursing? Where have I failed? I probably need to put a print somewhere. Yeah. To be fair to Python though, if you're calling your like if you're calling like a library that's doing most of the AI work, and that was like compiled C or whatever, like a CLib, then like Python can actually run CLibs fairly efficiently. So like if you're if like most of just kind of like the high level control code that's like fairly like light in processing time is in Python, and like all of the actual heavy lifting of like the massive matrix multiplications and convolutions and whatever, right? If all that's written in like C or in, you know, GLSL or whatever, right? Then I think it's actually not a big deal for people to write that in Python. Like you're not your the performance gains of writing the top level stuff in C is pretty small at that point. So I can kind of see that making sense to me. But if you're actually doing like all of the actual math in Python, like don't do actual math in Python. That's just a bad time. Um, Let me just like remove this part of the code in case the original stuff still works. No, yeah, the original stuff is broken too. So like I know this is supposed to just return a valid thing. Print num. Okay. Get partitions of number. I want to see what I'm getting here. Oh yeah, that's wrong. What? 16989? How is that coming from the word pigs? Yeah. I don't know. I just think that Python wrappers around performant code is fine. You can get like the advantage of having some like complex object manipulation in a way that's like slow but easy to write and easy to read is fine. I'm not gonna get on people's yum over that. Why is this? I've like made this so much worse for some reason. This is just like the wrong route. I'm thinking about this more and I'm like, this also is like extra awkward because all of these letters produce 1 or 2 digit word numbers. Yeah, I think that's why this is broken. Because this code here produces digits that are not digits. They're like multiple digits. And so this function does not work. Right. You don't find them easy to read? Well, I mean, again, that kind of comes back to just what what the common like scientist knows how to read, right? If you hand them C code, it's like unintelligible to them. It's only easier to read if you know how to read it. If you don't, and they know how to read Python. So it doesn't really matter if something else was like an easier to read language or not. I I have made this much harder for myself than I needed it to be. Unfortunately. I might revert this. I was thinking that I could core these words, but coring 5-letter words is actually kind of hard. So in these ones, coring 4-letter words is fine because it's clear how to split up the digits. Each digit is like split by the letters. But in a 5-letter word, it gets really ambiguous. In a way that's makes me think that that's just not the way. Like this just seems like a very valid instruction to do, right? Still water tints blank books. I just don't know what that's asking me to do anymore. I thought I knew what it wanted me to do, but I apparently don't know what it wants me to do. I have 6 steps available. Can't really go anywhere interesting. Alright, I'm just gonna call it a day. Whatever. I give them the code for now. I'm like staring at it. I'm just like, no, I don't think this is gonna lead to anything. This seems like I'm missing I don't really know the method of turning a 5-digit into a 4-digit very easily. I know there's a method to recurse the cores, but I don't really have a good method for actually generating the grouping of the number. Like every time I've cored anything, I knew what the groupings were, and I don't know what the groupings are gonna be for 5-letter words. But I don't know what to do anymore because I don't feel like just wandering around the castle is doing me anything anymore. The challenges? Which challenges? You mean like dare mode and curse mode or whatever? Like I mean those modes just don't actually get me anything, and I think they're mostly just there for people who enjoy that part of the game, and I just don't. Still water. Yeah, they're like unlockable modes. They give you a trophy, which, um, cool. They give you a trophy, but they don't actually like. I was asked people in chat earlier. I was like, is there any reason to do these besides the trophy? And the answer was basically no. Unfortunately, even though I like just barely like got a thing and I was very excited about unlocking a new thing, I'm like kind of already at a point again where I'm just like, well, I guess I'm stuck again. And I don't know what I need to be looking at to make progress. I don't know what other interpretation there could be besides what I already had for still books or still water on blank books. The corner room? I did figure that out. That gave me the key, the final electric key, the microchip. Which gave me a whole chain of things that like led to a whole bunch. What was the puzzle? So in those 4 rooms that were like checked or whatever, they all have a note in the corner, like one of these kind of notes. And in those 4 rooms, one of the words was written in like cursive instead of in like typeface. And then you combine those 4 words together. And that gives you like an instruction. Not sure why I was hoping something would pop out if I checked this book randomly, but I was like, well, I'll come here with a watering can and maybe I can water this book. But not. Yeah, but that once I got all the keys, I unlocked so many things. So the keys unlocked, well, the most obvious thing they unlocked was the throne room. And then the other puzzle in the new clue, which was the other things related to the key, there's this whole like cipher that you had to solve. And combined that cipher plus the extra keys, it unlocks the satellite dish, this thing, which gave me access to a bunch of like upgraded experiments and some useless hints, but overall it's kind of whatever. But the throne room unlocked, in combination with solving the scepter puzzle, the stone puzzle, and the crown, I could get access to the upgraded throne room, and with that combined with like 7 other puzzles, it gave me access to, wow, this sucks, the fourth, the Blueprints book, which that kind of dead ended though. But that was cool fun. I got like a book. And then I followed some other leads. I don't know. Like, after that, I figured out the other 2 Sanctum keys, which was unrelated, but it unlocked some stuff. It gave me to the will, which seemed mostly useless. A lot of documents and stuff I found over time have just been like, basically a document that I already, it's giving me a bunch of hints for puzzles I'd already solved. But it did give me one thing that was new that I recognized, which was an alternate solution to the tomb, and that gave me the original manuscripts for the first and third book, which was pretty cool. But that didn't actually give me anything, but it was cool. I finally solved this thing. Yeah, I don't know. And then eventually I started looking at the cores again. And I solved the family core. But I was only able to solve the family core because I got the last blue hint in the machine room, which was just a very hard one to do. And that was a critical hint for solving the cores. And I saw the cores, and I got a they gave me a cipher, was a solution, and I applied the cipher, and that gave me another clue, and that is where I'm at right now. The security room? Yeah, there's a way to like get access to the the recordings that were deleted or that weren't deleted, the security tape footage. So that was solved. And oh yeah, and I found another admin key, which again, that didn't give me anything, but I have it. It was 3, 9 plus 1 is 10, 1, 1, 4, and plus 2, 3 is 9, 22 is 4. Let's see if like something pops out somewhere. It's like, oh yeah, that's definitely what Still Waters is referring to. But I think most likely I won't. I think most likely I'm just gonna be like, wow, I just spent 6 hours and I can't believe the watering can didn't work. uh, Suffering. I'm really stuck on that solution, man. It just seems like the perfect answer. I never opened that. Oh no, I did open that arrow. Okay. Like, I've seen plenty of bodies of water in the game that are not moving. And I've seen 2 books that had no text in it. But there's no way to combine those 2 things. So, I don't know. I probably need to have an empty day one of these days to clear out my hallways again. There are books here. Like little books in the archive here. Wait, this counts as leaving. Yeah, wow, this counts as leaving and re-entering. That's funny and definitely a bug. So if I like put water back in here, maybe something shows up on these books? That seems pretty unlikely. Oh, I do have secret garden key. Well, not anymore. Oh, yesterday I found a lot of things yesterday when I played. Yesterday and the day before, I felt like I made some serious progress. I was like, man, I feel like I'm actually biting into the game now. And then like I hit the thing that's just like, oh yeah, this is the next thing to do. And now I'm like, oh, that was super not the next thing to do. It turns out it wasn't. It was not progress. Does this room have any still water in it? Does ice count as still water? Unfortunately, my watering can's actually empty right now. I don't know. Maybe there's just other books. somewhere that are blank. I don't know how it's not the books in the library, but maybe the watering can was right. There's just another set of blank books that. It's a little weird that those are blank. I don't think I've ever read those. Guess I should try that. I need to get the kitchen, but. I mean, those aren't what I would consider books, though, so I don't know. I like dead-ended like everything just now. Oh, I have no money. All right. Nope, these are not watering cannibal. Not spray them with water. This is the wrong way. Yeah, so just to go back here again. This was the message. There's this grid of letters. I'll be angry. The only way that'll make me angry is that it is watering those books, and I just didn't try hard enough for the 15th time. Alright, let me just try like doing the spiral start. This isn't end my day right away, right? I should probably put this watering can away first. So I try to think like maybe there's like something like if I like got the watering can in a very specific way. My list of rooms? I have all rooms. Master bedroom has a text that's partially blank. It's not what I call a book. There's something in a typewriter that wasn't finished written. Tracking water there. Maybe I should like look at the description of some of these rooms. Hmm. I don't know if I've ever tried to fill water in the lavatory. I should try that. 'Cause I think there's water in the tub. I'll try that tomorrow. Where's my... The Kochek's over there. Oh, I went the wrong way. Ugh. Man, I did not know how to read a map today. It's embarrassing. Unfortunately, getting the lavatory is kind of hard. Because I'm pretty sure it's rare. Sure is. Day will immediately end. You're still gonna play this cutscene though. Extremely rude. You see what I'm missing? That's terrifying. I don't know, it's just like an annoying thing to try to experiment. Alright, got the watering can. Now I need to get the library. Oh, rerolls. $91 times 10 times 10. 19 plus 91. That's 11. library isn't like that common of a room. I keep messing up and not using my beeping about. Oh, floor's cracked right there. And there. Oh wow. I don't think I've ever seen an item there before. I like walk like here and then walk back out. No, that didn't work. Hmm. Oh, this is a fun combination of items. These seem to come together a lot. It's interesting. I think 5. Okay. Oh yeah, lockpick's nice. Wish I had key card though. Yeah, I got the library. Okay, so now that I have the library, I'm gonna try to force red rooms, I guess. Lavatory. I'm attempting. Give me your still water. Look at this dank tub water. That's disappointing. Interesting this room has a window and I don't think I knew that. I'm always surprised at what rooms have windows in them. Like, wow, really? Like this room too? More literally than that? I literally tried to sit still, stand in front of this thing, not moving for like a while. Nothing happened. Now my water can's empty. I've dug in an aquarium before. Huh. Interesting. Long trip. Oh, it's this guy. I don't know, I thought I took that was yesterday. They're not very see-through. If... Oh, my day's not immediately ending anymore, maybe. Oh, yeah, it just didn't end. Look at that. Because if condition vacuously false, apparently. I don't think that's how that works. Wait, I really got a green room house? This house has so many red rooms in it. I have 6 red rooms and you gave me 5 green room house? Game does not like giving the red room title. What's up, Scrollion? I seem to have confused myself very hard. Sorta. Were you here last stream? The end of last stream, I found a somewhat big thing. Yeah. So at the end of the stream, I solved the cipher message. That is actually like a solved problem. It said gave me the message. Still water tints blank books. And the most obvious interpretation of that was to take a watering can to the blank books in the library. But that didn't do anything. So that's where I've been for the last 4 hours. Now I'm looking like every like pool of water, being like, is this a thing? It's not still water. It's still water while it's in the can. It's kind of by definition still water. There's chef power. You did 2 things, but you don't remember them. Well, that's not helpful to me. Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of candelabras. I haven't been like writing them down, but yeah, there's probably information into the candle lens, but not in a way that's like useful. I feel like it seems like kind of thing where it's like at some point we'll get information. It's like, oh yeah, based off of the candle lens, there's gonna be a thing to do. So like keep it in the back pocket, maybe write it down, but like I'm not too concerned about that because there's so much stuff in the game that could just be aesthetic. And there's like no way to like draw information from that. think there's any water paintings. You saw a clock stuck at not the sacred hour? Huh. Unusual. You got repellent spray. Nice. Was it just like you found it in the lost and found? Gotcha. See, I feel like anything in lost and found should be like obtainable elsewhere, but maybe that's just not true. Can't use it on the engines hall at antechamber room 46. What does that item do again? It just removes it. It removes a room that's already placed? I thought I just removed the room from the draft pool. Like those items aren't in the draft pool. With the house and the draft. So you've already placed it, it removes the room. Interesting. Well, I assume that's the way they remove the foundation. So it really is just a foundation removing item. Got it. That's funny. Like weirdly narrow. Gotcha. Moves it for 7 days. I don't already complain about that too much. I don't know if this is this particular puzzle I'm working on has something that you have any ideas on. Yeah, that's been my experience as well. I tried for a while. I was like forcing it pretty hard. And boy howdy, it just went nowhere. So yeah, I agree. I think you can't get it. You can't get the vestibule if it's on the outside available. What's my vestibule? Oh, mine's unusual. You still have a thought about the vestibule? The one thought I had was to turn off all the gas. Maybe something would happen in this room. Something at the outside of the doors of the vestibule? Maybe. I mean, you can look at. I can looked at them before, and not anything particularly weird about them. Like, I mean, you really can't look at them. I know I've seen the outside doors of these before, and it was nothing, but I can try to do that for you real quick. Oh, just kidding, I don't have the key. I know I do have the key. I don't know why I'm buying gems. Oh wow, I've never got a greenhouse going down. That's funny. Actually, I only ever got the greenhouse on the left side of the house. Funny. Yeah, see the door's just open already. Oh, it's closed this time. Interesting. Maybe one side is different. Are there any books in any of the rooms of the aquarium? So kinda. That was one other idea I had. The archive room has like books. They just give me a lot of green rooms. So I was thinking about maybe trying to flood that room again, but like I'm not sure what I would see. That room has been flooded before. Any progress with the hint? No. Made anti-progress. I was so confident that the solution I had at the end of last stream would work that as soon as it didn't work, I was just like completely deflated. Yeah, so this door is also blank. When did I get a shovel? Oh, from the shop. That's believable. Yep. I like blind? Or is it in the next room? Yeah, the one in the master bedroom. That's one of the other ideas I had, but it's not really a book exactly. Alright, draw the kitchen. I did. It's not exactly like a blank book. It's just an unfinished page, you know? And it's a little odd for that to be the solution when like there's a literal blank book, you know? Like, I feel like if watering the blank book in the library isn't the solution, it's gonna be something like completely different. Like, it's not even on that like kind of thought process. Some other like horrible pun or reinterpretation. That's funny. It's a funny thing to try. I assumed there was nothing. Oh, I see. The key spawned here. Boo. I'm trying to get the outside of all these doors. Door looks uninteresting. Oh, I don't have a way to go around. I guess I can rotate the rotunda. Unfortunately, I think my I'll never fill my water. They're definitely moving. Can it also mean white book? It generally only means a book with no text. But I guess you can interpret it as a white book. Blank doesn't usually mean white, but it can mean white. But I like that interpretation because of the word tint. So it means like water can color a white book instead of a blank book. The interesting idea. I'm trying to think of what white books besides the one I'm staring at right now. I guess I need to fill my thing. I don't know how many other white books exist in the game. White books are kind of unusual, I feel like, but the library I'm sure has a whole bunch of them, right? beeping about? Nope. No interaction. They're Gardner Diaries. Are those books white? I think I like tried that recently actually. But anyways, that was a pretty white book. So like if that doesn't work, then it's like we're getting into the realm of, you know, coloring some pretty watering some pretty arbitrary objects in the game. I haven't checked the outside of this door, but I don't expect to see anything different. I'll go this way first. Blueprints. Whatever. Yeah, these candelabras are like all like different heights. I could easily see like a message hidden in the candelabras. That's believable. Yeah, nothing on this side. So all four sides are they're the same. There you go. I tested for you. There's quite a few books that are just white books. I think I already like try to mouse around in this room, the Nook, because it has a bunch of books in it. But it's also like you have to be a little careful because like whatever the secret is not going to be like, oh yeah, if you just happen to have the watering can while like playing the game, you'll run into it. Like it's probably not that kind of solution, or I would have ran into it by now, right? Probably seemed like a little more weirdly specific, but I don't know, maybe not. Maybe I had the watering can a lot less than I think I do. Yeah, but this is what I meant by the filing cabinets. It's like books here. It's true. Maybe you have to like be really close and like standing still. But still, I don't know. I'm just wondering if there's also just like funny homophones or double meaning of these words that can mean something else. It's true, that is early on. Although that one's kind of like a little off the beaten path. But you have to be like standing in the right spot and like looking down. It's a bit of an unusual key to find here. Car key. You had 2 normal keys? Did you have like every other major key? Or was there just 2 keys spawned in it, like an extra key? Because you might get an extra key from if there's like a locker room. That's funny. I literally didn't grab the lockpick in this room. I forgot that that spawns. I mean, I have tons of keys. I'm not worried about it, but... There's a white book here. White book. Yeah. I guess. I don't know what the significance of that is, you know? So you think maybe it's only in a room that is a green room? Like I have to use the watering can just normally? There's only like one room I'm aware of as a green room that has a book in it, and that's the greenhouse. But I've used a watering can there before, right? Not a particularly unusual room. And the aquarium, but the aquarium doesn't have any like books that you can read. And again, I've used the watering can in that room like a million times. Like I don't know. I'm thinking that it just doesn't involve the watering can. We can use water while reading the book in the greenhouse. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can try. I don't think I can get I think to get the greenhouse on the left side, I have to be going down, not up. I don't think this works. Like the orientation of the guard of the room just doesn't allow for it. I like they made a point about how the mirror room spawns 4 items when things spawn in there, but like the bunk room always spawns 2 and things spawn in there. I feel like there's significance to that, but I've never really done anything useful with that information. Yeah, there's a sheet music. Hold on. Let me look at my sheet music. I think that one a different color than the other one? I think they all are like slightly different color from each other. It is. The sheet music in the sheet music in that room is green. It's all the other ones are like a brown. There's like a brown one, and there's like a light brown one, but that could just be lighting. But that one's just straight green. Maybe I can water sheet music. I was literally just in the room, wasn't I? If all the other ones aren't. Yeah, the music room and the workshop. I'm gonna just go by the Gula's room just in case there's something over here. But we're getting really far away from like blank books, right? Yeah, can't water that. But it is an interesting observation that the music in that room is a different color. Yeah, I agree. That seems like I was actually gonna extend it to like everything. It seems like a opportunity to. But I can't water this music. I can only look at it. No watering operation. And you can't like take the sheet with you. Where's the music room? Here. How hard is that to get to? Really hard? Oh yeah, this room sucks to get to. Oh no, I go this way. Never mind. Okay, that's not so bad. I was wondering that too. I couldn't think of anything. Except for like the picture in the entryway. There's a picture of like an oil painting of like some like water place in the area. Hey Sable. I also don't know what the true game is. I'm stuck as fuck. That's the true game. There's also the ballroom, this other room that this is in. But yeah, they're not giving me any interaction. Yeah, and the picture of shelter too. Yeah, I was trying to get the shelter again to look at it, but I don't know what interaction would I make to that. How would that picture tint a color of a book? You know what I mean? No, if I had to give a guess, this is starting to feel less and less likely that it has to do with the watering can. and maybe just like a matter of somehow flooding a room with water that has books in it and then looking at the books. I've not found a regional anagram for denoted verse. I'm really bad at anagrams. The only way that works for like the other books is because I had a list of books already to compare it to, but all the books that I'm aware of at least don't follow that. Like they don't like V is like not a letter that appears in book names. I could throw it into an anagram solver to see what it spits out, but I'm really a huge fan of that. I think right now like my best theory on that is still that inverse is one word. So I was thinking of just like, oh yeah, it's a D note inverse. An inverse D note, whatever that means in music. It doesn't mean anything, but I mean in music there's such a thing as an inversion. But I don't think that music has any of those chords. And multiple words are just impossible. Yeah. There's just so many different possible answers to anagrams with lots of letters that I kind of just don't bother. When I was playing through 999 and well, not actually 99 and VLR and ZTD, but especially especially VLR, they had like all these like poetic like phrase on the wall. A lot of times they're like in Latin, and then like one of the characters is like, "Oh yeah, that's an anagram for this other phrase," and everyone's in the room is like, "What? How would you get that?" And they're like, "Yeah, it's obvious." Just like what? Obvious to whom? Yeah, VLR is fun. I think they kind of. I have played ZTD, unfortunately. The funny thing about VLR is that like they sort of own it a little bit because they're like, oh yeah, here's a like 300 digit number that you need to prime factorize into two prime numbers, and one of the characters can just the same character actually just like, oh yeah, that's obviously these two prime numbers. Oh no, it was a prime number cubed. That's what it was. They're like, that's obviously this huge number by just looking at it is this like large prime number cubed, and I'm just like, bruh. Was it a different character? No, I think it's the same character. It was Phi. It's Phi, I think, both times. God, it's so fucking stupid. No, Sigma's the one with the amazing memory. It was supposed to be Phi. Phi could do prime factorization on the fly, but then Sigma could remember that answer for like later in the game. Be like, oh yeah, didn't you say the prime factorization of this huge number was this other number? And she's like, how do you remember that? Oh, was it Alice for the number? Oh, you're right. You're right. I think it was Alice for the number. You're right. Whatever. It's still stupid. ZTD isn't that bad. No, ZTD is horrible. It has some good things in it, but it is not. Does not outweigh it. All right, I guess I'm going back to the key room. Where is this? Break room. All right. Yeah, it's because of her training. It's so funny. God. Man, that series is just so disappointing after playing 999. Like I remember playing 999 and being like, "Man, this game is so good." And I was watching someone replay 999 and being like, you know, the flaws really stand out. Like once I see a second playthrough, and like I remember one of the big ones was like that game has so much recap. Like the game repeats things a lot, and like when you get to the whole like end sequence and you're on like the final like ending or whatever, you spend like 2 hours recapping things that you already know. It's rough. But like I remember, but I still liked the story and the characters. But then I got the 999, but I got the VLR and ZTD. Like each game was like a significant step down. I don't know. You don't think ZTD is any worse than VLR? Man. I mean, Catholic, I guess I'm not really paying attention to that too much right now. I don't know. I think VLR is less enjoyable than 99. So here's there's a few problems I have with VLR. I'm not gonna go into spoilers because there's people here who haven't played the games. But like the biggest problem is that in 999 there's this like really elegant way of how like the doors are set up so that like you can kind of keep track of like who's going through what door when, and there's like some rationale, and it was like it had to be in a certain way, and like who has to be with whom. And it's like really interesting. And then you go to and so it's like very like finely crafted like puzzle like at a high level. And VLR is just like literally any combination is possible. And so like you don't have to think about it. You just have a giant flow chart where you just like go through every option in the game. And then I think at some point the game's like, man, what is wrong with you? Are you just going through the options in the game? And I'm like, yes, because that's what the game is. Fuck you. That annoyed me. ZTT does the same thing, but even worse. Because ZTT has like so many like, oh hey, here's a button. If you press this button, everyone will die. You're like, okay, and then I'm not gonna press the button. And like, congratulations, you can move on now. And you're like, okay, but now I have to press the button because I have to do all the branches of the tree. And then the game's like, you're a monster. You killed someone in this timeline. The timeline existed if I push this button or not. Yeah, ZTT is super self-inconsistent. And it also like is really inconsistent with the previous games in a very frustrating way. You're killing alternate versions of yourself, which is like never even established ever as like being factual. Like I think I'm trying to remember how that ends up coming up. Maybe Zero says it, but I think like one of your characters just says it randomly, and then that's just fact, and everyone's just running with it. And I'm like, that's your interpretation of your like timeline. Akane says it. Of course, Akane. She's the fucking psycho. God, so stupid. I used to like Akane. I thought Akane, like her story in 999 was like, you know, she has this whole thing where she's clearly a bad person, right? Like she's like basically is going through this process of like torturing and psychologically like, you know, ruining a whole bunch of people to save her own life, right? And it's like, come on, man. That's not make it even. But it's still like she's an interesting character. I don't know. All right, what's my goal today? What am I trying to accomplish? I have my watering can still. You're saying like she it's not that she wants to do it, she's just doing it because she like is compelled to by like the Time Lords or whatever. I guess, you know, that's sort of acceptable, but yeah, I don't know. I just like how like in the early games they made it like such a ridiculously hard thing to do any of this like sci-fi mumbo jumbo. It's this huge setup to even make it like slightly happen. And VLR, it's like, well, we'll just do it kind of willy nilly, but it's fine. And then ZTD is like, everyone can do it. You're all time travelers. Have fun. The timeline doesn't exist if she's not doing it. That's an interesting perspective. Yeah. I mean, there's arguably a version of that timeline where she's not doing those things, and it's not like any of the timelines described. But I don't know. Eric and Mira, dude, I hate like almost every character. I think honestly that's there's a lot of problems with I have with ZTD. Um, but one of the things that I think is most frustrating is that there's basically no likable character. It's it's rough. Let's see, 4, 8, back to 4, 11, 121 is 121. I'm about to pull up my calculator because it's making me do math on a big number. 121 minus 1 minus 20 is 100 divided by 20 divided by 1. Alrighty, we're there. If I can find the number 5. I think D team's alright. D team's okay, but I don't like how they basically rewrote existing characters. But yeah, overall they're okay. I'm not gonna get too mad about them. I don't know. The game has ZTD has some good twists and a lot of really bad ones. So like it's part of me kind of feels like I should give it some credit of like of some of the cool things that it did. But yeah, I liked it when Zero was not very present in the games. Yeah, agreed, Squirrelion. Even ZTD did to VLR. Like the thing that ZTD did to the mechanics is just kind of makes it very confusing. It's so stupid. It's funny. I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. What do I have? Oh my god, I have so many items already. How did this happen? I feel like I've like just started the day and I dig up a broken lever out of the ground. Like what? Yeah, effective distraction. Agreed. Our room is a shelter. Yeah, agreed. It does seem a bit like the stakes just had to keep going up. And which also meant that people's powers have to go up too. And also people's weird like lust for each other also has to go up. That's part of it. Like what is wrong with Sigma and Junpei? Special. Oh, I have Garden Key. When the fuck did I get Garden Key? Oh man, I can even get on rank 4. That's a fun rank to get on because it deletes the cloister. See, the thing that's here is gone now. I haven't played Somnium. It's been recommended to me by people who like VLR. I don't know really what to expect. I think I literally own the game. I've been sitting on it for like over a year. Yeah. That's the thing I'm like, I don't know if I want to like really dig my teeth into that game that much, even though I already have the game. I mean, there's books in this room. This is certainly a room that's got books and I can water. Trying to see if there's anything that like stands out as like, oh yeah, that's a fucking white book. Maybe these ones? This is clearly white piece of paper. You would still suggest playing it. Okay. It's a bit promising. I lost the ability to water. That did not change. I don't think I did shit. Yeah, I don't know. I think VLR also kind of turned me off because it had a lot of like some of the big twists in the game were I would think that are impossible for the characters in universe to not know those twists were going to happen. And I have a lot of problems with that where it feels like the characters aren't actors in a play and not like real people, you know what I mean? Those are all fine. And, you know, ZTT is, like, even, obviously, that's a whole nother thing, but... Like, what? Well, it's hard to talk without, like, spoilers, right? I know we've been spoiling a bit more than I probably would have liked, but... Yeah, it's just hard to talk about it without. It's hard to talk about it indirectly, I guess. But there's a few things. But yeah, I don't know. Like, there are certain things where VLR basically something's happen and the characters are like, here's an explanation for like why you wouldn't have noticed that this twist is in place, but like the explanation is like just wrong. like I understand like if you like it's just not it's not a complete solution to that problem. Like, I don't know. And also, like, yeah, I mean, I think everyone kind of agrees that the ending of VLR is obviously really unsatisfactory because it ends with it a to be continued. How long is this game? I don't know, man. I've stopped making progress. Yeah, it sucks that VLR ends in a way that like leads you to like this big cliffhanger that you wait for, and then it comes out and it like ZTD just sucks. That's rank 5. Okay, cool. Well, I don't know of anyone here who does not know the answer. Have any interesting ideas? You haven't looked at any of their games since? Yeah, it's rough. Sure, why not? Give me an expensive room that gives me no reward. Yeah, pump room. I've thought about that before, but like I didn't know. I didn't have any like ideas of what to do with the pump room. I guess I can fill the aquarium and just see what happens. Just I hate messing with the pump room, you know. It's so annoying to set all the water levels. There's also a bit about how like some of these are like lighter and darker than others, but I thought that was just like the starting positions, so I don't. I'm still kind of like, maybe it's just like an experiment that went badly, but it's kind of wild to me how different the art style is in ZTD. It's not like not necessarily bad. I know there's problems with some of the animations being kind of not great, but like it is like so different than the previous games. Like they I kind of just wasn't I wasn't expecting them to do anything like that. All right, we're gonna fill the aquarium. Partially. Do we have any other ideas besides that? I can refill the pool, I guess. Diana and Sigma. You mean Phi and Sigma? I think Diana's sort of new character. But then yeah, there's Alice and wait, does Alice make an appearance? Who were the other characters? I'm trying to remember. It might have just been her voice. That's fair. Yeah. Who are even the characters in that in Carlos's stupid team? Akane and Junpei. Oh yeah, Akane and Junpei. Yeah. Not Alice. That. Oh man, it's all the way over here. Does this connect? It does. Those sure don't look any different. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're just clearly using some like different engine and had to remodel everything from scratch. So, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything in any obvious way here. Their personality. Yeah, they just rewrote their characters entirely. I agree. I don't know why they did that. I mean, I kind of feel like in some ways they wrote the story, they wrote the characters to fit the story more than anything else. But I don't know. You're beeping. Why are you beeping? See, I wonder if I can like water something here to get like a different color option. But nothing's like water. Not, I'm not getting like water option. Past the bookshelf? In what way? Look at all these duplicate rooms. Oh, the beeping. Yeah. Ever tried rotating secret passage? No. I would assume nothing. You can't rotate hallways, like or straight rooms. But I guess I haven't tried that. I mean, I've entered the room from the back. There's like a hidden message on the back door, but you can just see the message. The asymmetric. It's true. Yeah, if you place the secret passage but then don't open the door and then go around and enter from the back side, you can see the back of the bookshelf. And there's a letter grid on the back. But, you know, like, I'm obviously pretty past that. Yeah, it's castle. I've ever had a veranda in the outer room. I don't think so. I haven't put I've thought about like a lot of the green rooms, but I think at this point I've kind of like given up on them being interesting. Now this is like blessing the chef, but I'm like not at all like thinking about it. Oh, I'm out of gems. That's funny. I cannot see what that is. Any you eagle eye people over there? Is that like a magnifying glass? You can get to the hall pass. Yeah, I don't know what the 10th recipe is, but yeah, it's not rare. I don't know. Well, I assume it's just you just spread 5 different times, or is it like is the dish that appears based off of what type of spread you did? I wouldn't even thought that was what's happening. I just assumed there's a number of spreads you did. Oh. What about the spread from the tomb? 'Cause apparently that's also a spread. I didn't do that one. It's probably just gonna give you the money dish again. Yeah, the same as office. That's what I would expect. Yeah, it's just not how I expected that to behave, you know? Another room where you can... Pages are not affected. Yeah. I'm at this point I'm thinking that it's nothing to do with the watering can. I mean, I don't know what it does have to do with, but I like never walked into this room. I spawned it. There, my library's all over here. Yeah, the spiral has gotten worse. That is correct. It for one day ended my day instantly. After that, they're like, there's some condition for ending your day, which I don't know yet. It's fantastic. Alright, I guess I'm gonna ask for the confirmation because I don't even know what to do right now. Does For those who know, does this have anything to do with the watering can, or is that just like totally off the mark? It does. Man, I don't know how this isn't just like the answer that I think it is. Well, I've done it both before filling and after filling, and also when my thing was empty. I've tried refilling my can at like the pond or like the well. I've tried doing it at the birdhouses. I've tried refilling it like the lavatory. The Holy Trinity. The shovel and the hammer and me. Three things. Dining room on the bottom. That's funny. I'm glad I've been checking this thing since this is actually important, but I kept the treasure map. Treasure map and the compass. Or I don't remember which things. I got this lockpick and sleeping mat. I don't remember. I have so many items. I haven't even started the day yet. long distance shoveling. Did I learn anything with the Rajan note? No. What? Interesting. It like went away when I went there. Sure. Yeah, like I know what the general gist of what that book is about, but I didn't actually learn all the text, and I didn't learn anything useful. Basically just about how, like, her father's ancestry has been obsessed with Arinda, and they've, like, been just thinking about over and over how to, like, bring back Arinda. And her mother's side is basically like, you need to move on and start your own nation and, like, do your own thing, basically. Okay. I think I've seen that particular one before. And this lockpick is working pretty well today. Yeah, I've already made you rare. Yeah, that seems fine. Kinda sucks. Huh? What am I even drafting for? Nothing really. I'm just drafting rooms. Not sure what the SD is. Same. I never figured that either. I'm like just wandering around hoping that something will pop up that will give me an idea, but like so far no. SD. There's a letter in the Dovecote that's like, if the coast is not clear, like raise the SD or something like that. I'm like, I don't know what that means. You water the withered plant in the garden notebook in the greenhouse. I mean, I wasn't able to water anything there when I tried, but I don't know, maybe. Garden key. We're trying that already. I put it on the top rank for some reason. Like, I could drain the greenhouse again. So the greenhouse isn't watering the note page again, music page. But like, that's how I originally found it. Like, the place was originally not being watered. That's my screenshot. Water the greenhouse coming from the side door. I mean, I don't know. That seems so random. Perhaps it also might be that I have to get special water, and then once there's special water in the watering can, then I can use it on the books, right? That was my second idea way back in the day, but I like tried refilling the watering can in various places of still water and nothing happened. There's water in the shelter? Is there? Oh yeah, there's canned water, isn't there? But I don't think I can actually get it. I don't know, I guess maybe I haven't tried hard enough. That's certainly an idea, using canned water. If maybe they'll let me fill canned water if I have the watering can. I do like that idea. At least it's somewhat consistent with like everything so far. I mean, obviously I have to just end the day, but till I get the shelter again. I have more upgrade this. I have not. All these empty glasses of water over here. Unbelievable. Thought maybe I could use this water. Guess I can try again. Oh, I can't repeat this one. Well, the aquarium lets me drain it easily. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it's a matter of filling the watering can, then yes, I should need a empty can first. But like, I don't know, kind of weird that these don't work, right? This water is pretty still. Getting the water in the can. You turn the watering can sideways and you fill with water. What? I look plenty deep enough to stick a watering can into. Well, we got the lavatory again. Oh, wait. Does this connect anywhere? should. Hey, we actually are one short. Funny. Somehow. I also wonder if there's just like a specific book I'm supposed to check out and then I can water it. I still feel like it's related to the professor, but oh, that's facing the wrong way. Shit. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, watering can's like number 8 in the list. That's crazy. I pulled observatory today. I actually don't think I did. Funny. This page is green. So am I just gonna reroll for... I guess if we want to experiment with this, I guess we'll reroll until I get the shelter. I'm just not gonna play the day out. Well, none of the shelter. Oh, this is my key card though. That's annoying. You at least draft a break room. I don't know. kind of lazy for that right now. Getting like observatory break room. It's a combo I should probably try to get, but I don't know. Yeah, I can put in the effort. Try to get those rooms. Just makes these rerolls a lot longer. Let's try against few. Yeah, I mean that would be the way guarantee it. Just rerolls are like pretty rare. I basically like play the entire day out just to get the rerolls, and then I'm not even entirely sure if I don't know. You know, it's 3 and 8, so like, you think I would have found it by now. I've wondered if there's things you can do that will influence which outer rooms are going to be showing up the next day, because sometimes it feels like certain rooms are like way rarer than others, like the tomb. Okay, so we have the shelter. Let's try getting an empty watering can and head to the shelter. 10,000 squared. Guess I gotta set security to high. Okay, we got the watering can. Now we need to get a few green rooms. Nice furnace? Question mark. I do the king power, but I want to get the library first before I start forcing green rooms. Because if I get the green rooms but not the library, I can just instead force blue rooms. That sucks. Alright, so we have our green rooms. Watering can is empty. And use the king power on blue. But that doesn't screw me. Yeah, I'm working my way down and then I'll do it. That ain't great. That ain't great, fam. Got some rerolls at least. I could get out of the magnifying glass. I could solve that one. Not getting anything. Oh, there's even like a water dispenser. Nothing. Seems like this is a bust. I like the idea, but game says no. I don't know. I'm out of ideas again. That's the reservoir below Mount Holly receives natural filtration from continuous flow of fresh water from two neighboring underwater springs before making a dramatic exit via the waterfall on the south-facing cliff. Okay, so they're saying the water reservoir gets fresh water. Okay. I kind of feel like this isn't gonna be anything in my notes. Like this doesn't feel like that kind of puzzle. I mean, maybe I'm misinterpreting, but this is the library right now and end it all. I don't know. Check it. The pool. Not really. Yeah, I said the same thing earlier. Still water could be ice. But I like don't know how that would help me. It's also I don't know if I would really interpret that way, but yeah. I don't know. I don't really have any ideas anymore. Do I want to nudge? Probably, but I'm also just thinking about sleep at this point. But I also like the best time to get this advice is when people are actually here. Um, I wish I had a question to ask, but I kind of don't. Like I can ask a bunch of like questions like does it involve X, does it involve Y, but I don't think it's actually gonna lead me to the answer because I feel like once I like, yeah, I don't know. Like, is there some weird meaning behind still water? Like, is there some like weird interpretation of still water that I just haven't thought of? I don't know. I was already thinking about this sort of like over the, since yesterday, but like, there's like the obvious interpretation, and then everything beyond that is just seems so random. I have one idea. Since you mentioned the freezer. I'll make it one more day. Doesn't really make any sense to me. But I'll try it. Try not to draw the pool, but whatever. This adds like a bunch of rooms to the pool that. Whatever. Hey, Link. Hope your flight wasn't so bad. Fortunately, I've made no progress. Oh, I don't have key card. I thought I had key card for some reason. circle. Yeah, it's all dead end. Hmm. Perfect. The two doors that got unlocked were the dead ends. What, just god lockpicking skills over there? Oh, resources really suck this time. Okay. Cool key card. I think this day is a bust. I didn't even do the library today. Yeah, let's call it here. I don't know. Took the thing back in. Alright, so here was my idea, I guess. And I think it's mostly just nonsense. Doesn't really make sense to me why I would do it. But I was thinking of just having a can of water go to the freezer so it's like chilled or whatever, and then use that on the books. But I feel like it should have been chill water tints black books, not still water. Solution makes sense to you. You say so. But the problem is getting the freezer. It's already a really rare room, so it's very hard to get the freezer. I definitely need sleep. I don't know. I have no ideas. I just don't really, besides what I just said, which doesn't really make sense to me. There's one other idea I have. Shoot, I should try before I go to bed. And I thought about this earlier. And I didn't say this out loud because I thought it was too stupid. But I realized that's probably not actually that stupid. Dang it. aquarium? Sure. Unusual item is seen right here. I didn't take my money. Do that. Wish they gave me some keys. That's really what I could have used. That's annoying. Um, 39, 3. Is it 63? Nine? Ish. I stopped getting the library for some reason. The library is not rare or unusual. Just draft this so I stop drafting this. Kind of insane how many dead ends are in my deck. How many dead ends do I have right now? Let's try to use blue. Oh look, the freezer. Oh, that kind of sucks. Dude. Do I have security key? I do. I'm trying to draw the library right now. But I've emptied the watering can, so I'm gonna try my idea first, I guess. I was trying to get 3 green rooms. Maybe I'll just keep going. I can loop around to the foundation and enter from there if I plan around that, I guess. Library. Okay. All you smilers in chat. Let's see if this stupid idea works. I was thinking of what else still water can mean. And there's one thing in the game called a still. But I don't seem to be able to interact with the still water. Sag. Try moving my mouse more. I'm gonna try digging this spot first. It's like messing it up. Oh, what the heck? Why is it appearing now? And now it's just there. I think the dig spot was fucking it up. Alright. We have water from the still. My god. Is it ever called a still in game? I think it's called a distillery, which is why I didn't like that. I was like, they don't, it's not a still, it's a distillery, right? And then it's like, I guess it is the proper name for that thing. The actual equipment's called a still. Distillery is like the room. I'd have to go to the greenhouse and see what message is in there. I guess I can have the greenhouse. Yeah. Let me check what it says in the greenhouse message. I'm pretty sure they talk about it here. It'd be here. Yeah, large copper still. Yeah. It's technically there, but it's like offhand mentioned. Yeah. That's the wrong way. Yeah. Big yikes. If it wasn't for the fact I was so sure that wasn't gonna work, the fact that the mouse wasn't working, I was just like, oh, I guess this isn't it. That looks like stars. Please don't. I'm done with stars. No more stars. Hidden hue. Pretty sure Texas got more clear after I looked over it. Okay, from prism pristine, 3 paths convene, 3 lines of light, 3 shades foreseen, 3 colors to count, a sum of 18, but the one left hidden remains to be seen. What? And this is what? This is the 9x5? Yeah, it's a 9x5 grid. A hidden hue. Okay, so from prism pristine, 3 paths convene. I think that's referring to the aquarium. 3 lines of 8. 3 shades foreseen of 8. Maybe they don't have to be straight lines. Is contiguous. Oh, lines of light. Sorry. Thank you. 3 lines of light. 3 colors to count, a sum of 18. What does that mean? 18, like 18 tiles? I mean, no matter where this is gonna be placed, it's only gonna be 14. So where's 18 come in? But the one left hidden remains to be seen. I don't know what that means. I feel like the first 2 lines are something about like you have an aquarium somewhere and then out of the 3 rooms you have straight lines of one color. But I don't know what the second 2 lines mean. 3 colors a sum of 18. I don't know what that means. Oh, maybe they mean if you count the aquarium colors like an extra time, then it's 6 plus 6 plus 5. But that's still only 12. But that maybe that's just saying that the no, wait, what? Sorry, 5. Yeah, it's 15. Still nowhere near 18. Yeah, I don't know what the 18 means. But the one left hidden remains to be seen. Do they mean that like none of the 4th color? I don't know. Oh, great. Tendered rose vine, question mark. Oh, those are not stars. That's a vine. It's a message from Arave. Tended rose vine, question mark. Yeah, tended. All right, I'm just gonna copy this down because this text is really hard to read. My dearest, darling sons. Is there a comma here? Yeah. I am quite impressed. I didn't expect you to make it this far. Yet if these words have reached your eyes, rest assured the end of The spiral is near. I don't believe you. Stay vigilant. And Rosewary? What does that mean? Rosewary. For the thorns we discover are twice as sharp at the conclusion of each of our journeys. Period. One final counsel. I leave you. The waters of the West Spring. Why does that text look a little more bold than the other text? I think it is. Shall yet reveal more secrets than these mere passages. I had so many plans, but not enough dreams. Your mother, Arve. Okay. I don't know what that means. Anything else I should water? Are we good? Pigeon Hue. How would I ever set anything like this up? Sounds impossible. Three colors account a sum of 18, but one left hidden remains to be seen. I don't know what this is asking me to do. I don't know what it could be referring to except for this room. There's also a prism key. That's true. Yeah. I mean, what if I guess you can't use 3 keys from the aquarium because you have to enter the aquarium from one of the rooms. The sum of 18 confuses me. I don't know what the heck that's talking about. And I don't know this. I guess I don't really know what this is asking me to do still. And then this guy. West Spring. The springs are allegedly underground, right? I don't know where underground it is. Hmm. Well, I mean, part of this seems to imply I should just keep doing the spiral, and that actually was correct. Just keep doing the spiral, and eventually it ends. Um, so that might lead to something. Maybe that somehow leads to this West Spring. Tended rose vine. I mean, this has got to be in a whatchamacallit, a anagram, because there is what was we had like tender something. I don't know. Yeah, wait, there's all caps when I go over. It's no longer all caps. What the hell? Why is this like tended? It's still tended. It's just weird that it's like it goes from all caps to not. I mean, that's a mistake probably, but like West Spring here is clearly a little more bold than the rest of the text. Odd. Is there anything else, or can I dump this watering can? I mean, I guess I can get it back. That seems to have been the solution. Did I draft the room at all? I didn't. Alright, I guess I'll just end the day in the break room. Well, that was neat. It took us like 7 hours, but I solved one puzzle. Uh, I don't really know. I don't really know exactly how to follow these puzzles. What the fuck does Roseway mean? Is that a real word? Like just way of the rose? Or rose wary? You think it's denoted in verse? Oh my god. Yeah, I think you're right. um. Oh yeah, because it has the same, the denoted verse also I mentioned earlier previously that it has the same like spiral pattern. Okay. So we're finally solving the denoted verse puzzle. I wonder if the actual text of the spiral of stars is like relevant. Like there's like a code in that. That's a really good idea though. But it's making a connection between denoted and verse and the spiral. It's also an anagram of something else. You just noticed the other one. Oh my god. It never ends. Where else is there even is a V? V is such a weird letter. Control F V. Wait, is it like Ovis Navari or something? No. Uh, it was Does It Never End? Does that fit? Does that also work? It never ends. No, no, it was Does It Never End? Which does fit. Interesting. I mean, I think it's just establishing a connection between the denoted and verse treble clef and the so the question is there a connection between the spiral of stars and the music, the sheet music? Um, Interesting. Seems kind of meaningless. I don't entirely disagree, but I think it's just establishing a connection between yeah. I think that the words of the sea of the spiral of stars has some connection to the music sheet music. That's what it means. Or maybe that's not it, but that's my interpretation. But I would have to. Does it never end? Not ever. There's an extra N. Yeah. Which is like a very strangely worded phrase, so it makes sense that it's an anagram. What of the tended rose vine? I think it just makes a connection to this passage from Arve. He says, blah blah. The end of the spiral is near. Stay vigilant and rose wary, for the thorns we discover are twice as sharp at the conclusion of each of our journeys. I don't know. I think it's just like more connections to saying like, hey, these things are connected. You want to call any roses in the game? No, there's roses. The only notable roses that come to mind are there's the roses in the rose picture in the gallery, which probably isn't related, but there's also a rose and also the classroom colored class. But there's also a rose in room 46. It's like sitting like on like a wagon, kind of mimicking the gallery. I'm not really convinced that's anything. Um, yeah. I think it's more likely there's I don't know. I feel like this will just make more sense if I had more of the clock tower. It's not the clock tower, the more of the sea of stars, sea of stars, spiral of stars. Maybe I should just rush the spiral of stars and just try to get as much of that done as I can. I kind of stopped doing it because it was just going forever. I was getting kind of tired of doing it. It's very tedious. I'm also surprised. I'm probably not. I'm just gonna do a quickie. I just want to see what the state of my spiral looks like. And then may pull up the sheet music to see if there's like literally any kind of connection. The prism stuff, I don't know. You're right. It might not be related to the aquarium. Maybe it is related to the aquarium. But I don't really know. Yeah. Something respecting player's time. Yep. It's empty. What the heck? Sure not giving me this room. Maybe if I complain enough, it'll just give it to me. So right now, the game actually has 2 unique guaranteed sources of the prism key, which is really interesting to me. I say guarantee, but one of them is the freezer, and the freezer's still a rare room. They will end immediately if I ever something. Like this, there's a giant block of text that just isn't go on forever, right? Well, supposedly it ends. I think I was writing the spiral of stars down somewhere in my document. Yeah, okay. Gain 1 key and 1 gem for each rank reached, then lose 3 steps for each rank reached, then gain 1 coin for each day spent, and then lose 2 stars. If you have less than 40 steps, gain 1 random item from the showroom. You have less than 20 steps. Open all antechamber rooms or doors. Then set your steps to 40. Also, your luck has been increased and you can no longer gain steps or gems or keys or gold, and your day will immediately end if you ever... Okay. Let's look at somebody's picture of sheet music. Can I make any relationship between the sheet music and this nonsense? Tillinda somehow related. Well, I thought maybe counting the words in the songs and then counting that many words into the Spiral of Stars would line up with something, but man, there's a lot of words in both. It could be something, but if that's the case, I'm only like a third of the way through the Spiral of Stars. It's like insanely long if it does line up that way. The texts don't like super line up in general. Like the punctuations don't line up, like the amount of words in each sentence doesn't line up. So, I don't know. Maybe there's something there, but I've also just in general done way more words of the Spiral of Stars than I expected. It's a lot. And yeah, I don't know what how many words do I have right now? Well, we start with a few words. Let me see. There are 99 matches, so yeah, I'm at 99 words. If you include like the beginning preamble. I mean, we really think there's 100 and there's only one more word, then you're not sure they count? Yeah, I don't know. 100 words kind of makes sense because I'm pretty sure the Spiral of Stars is 100 stars. So it kind of makes sense. We don't include the preamble's 8 words. So we don't, if that's not included, it means there's 9 more words. But it's not obvious how the Spiral of Stars like lines up. So one idea I guess I could try is that on the map, some of the Spiral of Stars are actually just planets, not stars. And I think that spiral is also like 100 stars long. So it's possible that if I like count the words that are planets, which there should be 5 of, I think, then that might spell something out. Not sure. checked that the message from Arve is only 89 words long, include the salutation. So it's shorter than the Spiral of Stars. I have to like transcribe. I really should transcribe the music verse, like vocals at some point. And then the other thing was the waters of the West Spring shall reveal more secrets than these passages. I don't know what that's referring to still. So the West Spring, I also wonder if it's because I talked about there being 2 underground springs, which I've not seen. I've not seen or heard anything of them except for they exist in a Blue Note. But I also wonder if that just refers to the water coming out of the mansion on the west side. But if that's the case, there's nothing actionable there. Oh, another thing to water the books with. Interesting idea. Yeah, that's a reasonable idea. Although again, the water, I don't know what the West Spring is. Yeah. I can try pulling water out of the Western River and seeing if something happens. I just threw away my watering can, but whatever. And then yeah, the other one about the prism. Sum of 18. One left hidden remained to be seen. I'm still not sure what that's referring to because there's 4 colors that you can use the prism key on, right? There's red, orange, yellow, green. So I don't know what they're referring to. Hidden hue. Yeah, I don't know. If there's like more water you can splash onto the books to reveal like additional information on the books, it's possible that there's just nothing I can really do there. Like it had a grid on the left, and maybe if I splash some more stuff on the books, it'll reveal like additional like overlaid information on the grid, and it will start to make more sense. But that one's a little hard to. I don't really know exactly what it wants me to do yet. The grid is weird. Was the water? You consider the water purple? Yeah, maybe. I wasn't sure if it was like purple or bluish. Yeah. Well, it didn't really get any info, but it does indicate that whatever is being discussed is related to the drafting of the rooms. It's like related to like the room arrangements in some form. This is the way my interpretation is. I don't think it has anything to do with like the small gates thing, just because this is like about Arve, and there's no way that has anything to do with what her grandson was working on or whatever. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Maybe there's more. It's her. You're right here. It's her son, not her grandson. But yeah, like that's a puzzle he came up later. He never solved any of these puzzles apparently of their mother. So it'd be very weird if he based any puzzles on her stuff when he hasn't seen this puzzle before. Yeah, I think the Spiral of Star hint is the one that I can probably follow more. I just don't. It's not obvious what um. It's not obvious what to do. And how it relates to a rose does seem a little odd. Like, why would they talk about it being a rose when nowhere else refers to it as being a rose? Yeah. Well, I'm gonna end the stream. Thanks for watching. Um, I might stream tomorrow. Not sure. Not committed yet. Um, if I do, it probably is gonna be a shorter stream. It'll just be running this Spiral of Stars or something. Yeah. Thanks for watching.